to one and all again as we welcome you here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. A lovely day for cricket, as they say, and boy, do we have a game on our hands. Barbados up against the Leeward Islands. That's 1 against 2. They had a dress rehearsal in midweek, but I'm sure they're going to put all of that behind them and get ready for the business at hand, which is the championship in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament. Tiana Herbert-Myers is the captain of the Barbados team, and her opposite number is Jazara Claxton. And Mr. Creed has the coin for the toss.
Morning and welcome, ladies. 1 versus 2, currently final, which means Barbados will toss and give it a court, head, and get it on the back. Right? Tail it is.
Yes. So the Leeward Islands, Barbados have won the toss, and
You're gonna have a bowl.
you're gonna have a bowl. Well, you did. I didn't even finish the question. You're ready to bowl already. You're anxious to bowl first.
The girls have been doing very well with the ball. I'm seeing that.
When you played them on Thursday, you bowled first then as well. And so you're looking for a repeat of that?
The girls are confident of the ball. They trust my team to do the same thing that they did in that last game.
What do you see from your team from when the tournament first started to where you are now coming into the final?
When the tournament first started, we had 2 rainbows, so the girls were a bit easy down there. They didn't get opportunity to play, but they showed up against Guyana and showed that they were willing to play and ready to win this competition.
All right, well, all the best and congratulations on getting to the final. Well, you didn't win the toss, and but you're going to have to bat first. If you had won, would you have done the same thing?
No, we don't go to bowl.
Was that the determining factor in the game on Thursday? Did you think you backed it well in that first inning?
I'm not about that. We just come together as a team and we decided that we wanted to bowl first and try our best to restrict them to a low total.
Your batting, the top half of the batting is very powerful. The lower order probably not so. How do you counter that? Is that more concentration, especially for your key batters at the top?
Yes, we're just looking to go out there today, try bat as long as possible and put up a reasonable total.
Okay, well, all the best. And congratulations in getting to the final. So that is the situation out here. Barbados, they've won the toss and they are going to have a bowl. A very good morning once again. As you would have seen there, Barbados, they have won the toss and they have opted to field first. And there are the 2 openers for the Leeward Islands rather, making their way out, and no doubt a lot riding on their shoulders, primarily because Kambalapali has been really the form horse, so to speak. She's been outstanding with both bat and ball. And but they need her to show up with the bat today against a very potent Barbados attack. And Kazek Boyles is also another outstanding player, but she too has to, if anything, just be a little more cautious and be a little more patient with her stroke play. And I think once they're able to do that, they should be able to at least put up a challenge against the Barbados attack, with Dean and company eager to get at them, having done so well against them a couple of days ago. And they'll be thinking, well, it's just more of the same here today in this encounter. It's the Leeward Islands up against Barbados, and we'll wait to see how they pan out in this one, with both teams battling for the championship today. And Erin Dean it is who is going to pick up the attack. And of course she is pulling the first ball, and immediately that's right across the line she goes, and the big fish Kambalapali has to go without scoring. It really was a bad shot right across the line and hit plumb in front. And what a start for Barbados. As I say good morning to Basso, not the start that the Leewards needed.
Definitely a great morning, not just a good morning if you're a Bajan fan. The Barbadians unsung immediately, and Erin Dean as straight as you can get and as plumb as you can get. Hello, Ruskin. Hello, everyone. And definitely the start that Captain Tiani Hubert-Myers would have wanted when she won that toss and decided, hey, we're going to bowl first. And I think I mentioned to you just before we started, Ruskin, I think this is the tournament's best bowling team. Coming up against probably one of the stronger batting lineups, albeit probably a bit top heavy, as you said to me earlier. And definitely not the start the Leewards would have wanted. But good on the part of Erin Dean, who this would be her third season at under-19 level in and around this Barbados under-19 team. And she's grown leaps and bounds throughout her tenure and time with the under-19s. And out goes one big fish, as you called it, and there's no bigger fish to see than their skipper, Leeward Island skipper Jazara Claxton, who she told me earlier that she wanted to, as she said at the tour, she wanted to bowl first, but that should be out of her mind now, and on to batting.
Again, Upton to go onto the back foot this time, but Dean is right on target, keeping the pressure on, not giving too much away.
As I mentioned, Jazara will want to put the loss of the toss out of her mind and just get on with her batting.
And well played, but that's badly missed there. The little spin of the ball, that's 4 runs. And what a way to get off the mark. Again, very aggressive and just timing it beautifully. Played it very late indeed and got it just almost past between the legs of the backward point down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, showing her quality immediately. Just the second ball she's faced is young Campbell Apale. Unfortunately, she had a not-out score with their last win of the round-robin phase. Not to be today. And of course, Jazara Claxton, she has a West Indies senior team experience now under her belt. And the players like Jazara Claxton, who are coming back basically down a level, you expect them to a real wide one from Dean, called wide by umpire Leeward. You expect players like Jazara Claxton, who have had that experience Ruskin at a senior level, to come into this level and dominate.
There she is again, punching this one through the gap, and that too could run away for 4 runs. Very well played once again, and certainly she's coming out here full of intent and got 2 deliveries that she could play back to, and on both occasions she was able to find the gap.
Well, if you think the first boundary was nice, this one is even better. A shot that West Indies skipper Haley Matthews would be proud of. Of course, Haley is very strong on the back foot, punching through those covers.
And again, she's predominantly opting more or less to stay on the back foot. She isn't overcommitting to the front foot. So the first over comes to an end, and at the end of it, it really should be 10 because there were 2 boundaries in that over.
Yeah, they're now correcting it, the scorers, and
or at least 9 for 1 at the end of the first over. So a little bit of everything there. Barbados got a wicket, and the Leeward Islands got 2 boundaries now. Boyles will get a chance. And she's up against the Bajan captain.
of course Tiani Hubert-Myers, another one of those players that has been in and around the under-19 setup for Barbados. This would be her 3rd tournament at Rising Stars under-19.
Just like her captain Boyles, opting to play almost exclusively on the back foot, trying to give herself as much time as possible to accommodate whatever spin is on offer. And this time choosing to come onto the front foot. A full length delivery. But again, she isn't the tallest of persons, so her center of gravity is very low to the ground. But she's very, very reluctant, it seems, to come onto that front foot. It's almost like a late decision, or a very late decision to do so. And the back foot again, going right across it, and she too is gone. Well. It's almost like a cardinal sin because they're intent on going right across the line of the ball, and the two LBW decisions, both of them as a result of cross-batted shot. Balls goes without scoring.
One of the things you mentioned, spin, Ruskin, and Tiani Hubert Myers, she'll not give much pace on the delivery. This one, though, just a tad quicker than the previous deliveries, and getting just enough turn to beat the bat, crashing into that back leg. And Maria Abbott standing umpire, raising that dreaded finger, and Leeward Islands is slipping further into a lot of trouble here. Two early wickets, a wicket in the first over and a wicket in the second over of the match.
That is not the way that they wanted to start this game. They lost a wicket in the first ball of the game, and really was a shot that you would hope that players don't even think about playing when they first arrive at the crease. She went right across the ball. Last time I saw that was from Campbell for the West Indies. He was trying to sweep a fast bowler and pay the ultimate price.
Boyle's just not reading, and probably just keeping a bit lower than she expected it to bounce. But definitely one of those deliveries that it's almost a perfect length. But she can't quite get forward to it. And playing off the back foot, as you said, fraught with danger.
And Rosario is the new batter at the crease. The wicketkeeper for this team. She's had her moments, but she hasn't really set the place on fire. And they're going to need her to lengthen the batting today. Again, they all seem to just be hanging back on that back foot, waiting to see what the ball is going to do, and then trying to play from there. That could be dangerous, especially if she could slip in a quicker one. This time she comes forward, but again she doesn't look comfortable playing on the front foot. 10 for 2 at the end of the over.
Of course, it is a finals day in this edition, 2025 edition of the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Tournament. Barbados and Leewards topping the table, 1 and 2 respectively. 3rd and 4th, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. They're presently on the way for that bronze medal. And Guyana and Windwards for the 5th place.
Again, she's cutting, and again, she has having problems holding it in there, not able to really stop it first time, but eventually she gets the handle on it and is able to stop it.
That's young Sanaya Bruce, who's just 11 years old.
And she's feeling in probably the most difficult position to feel, because the ball, once it's cut, it tends to spin when it comes to you, so you have to read the spin sometimes. And on that occasion, she did get her body behind it, and it still curled her after hitting her and just ricocheting. Again, I don't know, it's like they all tend to just stand there and play off the back foot or try to play from the crease. And they're really not committing to that front foot at all. So even full length deliveries. And just getting away with that one, just turning it. And that seemed like the preferred shot. They all seem to like to go across the line of the ball.
It may very well be a comfort thing, almost like a get out of jail free shot, but it is fraught with a lot of danger.
And again, that's well played also. But the field placing is pretty good, so Bowman is able to cover a lot of ground there quickly. And you can just see the athleticism in the Bajan players out there. They're flying around the field, getting to the ball quickly and releasing it quickly. Once again, it's like a late decision to play. So it's almost like they're waiting to see what the ball is doing. And then if it turns, then they might just dab at it or something. But it's not like a committed shot. Even there, that's a full pitch delivery. In fact, it's an over pitch delivery. That because she's standing there on the back foot, she almost turned it into a Yorker and missed out on that occasion. 13 for 2 after 3. You look at it again. Look at how full, it's got generous flight, but her legs go nowhere, and she's just pushing it there. There you look at some. We had some blistering hot sun this morning. On this little cloud cover here might just cool things down a little bit. Don't think it's any immediate threat of rain. It's fairly high.
The unfortunate thing is those clouds are just to the south of the ground, so the conditions out in the middle still under tremendous heat of the sun as we move on up towards that midday mark in the Eastern Caribbean. The skipper continues.
And that's a good delivery, just turning it past the outside edge.
And this is one of the things I was mentioning in our last over. Tiani Herbert Mayers will not put much pace on the delivery. And this one, you see, allowing the ball to turn and getting it right on the money.
Again, that is not a delivery to play the cut shot to. It's too full in length and it's too close to her. But she's leaning back, again, trying to make room to play the cut shot. Now, she's gotten away with it on a couple of occasions, but that could very well be her death knell if she persists with playing it, especially for balls pitched that well up. And again, we have compulsive hookers. She looked like she is a compulsive cutter. She tries to cut everything.
Yeah, it's so strange because sometimes you see her play off the front foot.
She could do that. And here she is playing this one, trying to turn it on the onside. Probably just went across too much, struck on the pad, but the umpire wasn't buying the appeal.
A bit of a stifled appeal, if you will, but definitely with the angle of the arm going down the leg side. And
this is a good shot. That's 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, you could see it screaming away from the short backward square, and the deep square leg never had a chance.
And there's the evidence of what we're just talking about, getting that front foot forward and playing the sweep shot to good effect. You're just saying that you see Jazar Claxton play off the front foot, and you know that she can do it.
And again, she's really capable all around the wicket. So when she's trying to force the issue, sometimes you worry that she's probably not in the right frame of mind, but she's able to quickly get off strike, and in fact she retained strike. It's 18 for 2 after 4.
And as we mentioned, it's a finals day in the CWI Rising Stars Championship. Windward Islands and Guyana playing for that 5th spot. Guyana are batting first, and they're already 3 for 1 after 2.5 overs. Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica on the 19s. Jamaica batting first and 1 without loss after 3.
Again, this one is going a little bit too short this time. She's cashing in. Another pull shot. So the cross-batted shots are proven to be very productive, either when she's cutting or when she's sweeping.
Yeah, a real wayward delivery from Erin Dean, and it did deserve the treatment. All Claxton had to do was get some bat on it and help it past wicketkeeper Collymore. And that she did. And she's really motoring along now. Jazar Claxton looking as she's hit her straps. It's a bit of an adjustment from Erin Dean in the field, just bringing that backward square leg more into a short fine leg position.
Yeah, she's going over the wicket as well. She was trying from around the wicket earlier. Probably didn't like the angle.
But I've been impressed with Erin Dean and her growth over the last 3 years since I first saw her 3 tournaments ago. And back in 2023, when we saw Erin Dean for the first time with the Barbados under 19s, you could see that she was now learning her craft. And back in 2023, when we saw Erin Dean for the first time with the Barbados under 19s, you could see still quite young.
I think she was playing on the 17s at the time. I think we saw her out at Gilbert Park. It is another back foot shot. It's almost, it sounds like a broken record, because they all of her shot, her run scoring, it seems, is shots off the back foot. Now that was a short ball, so she had more than enough time, but there are some that she's not picking the length well. And look at Rosario, in no position really to play that. She was just waiting there, almost in no man's land. But she did get the bat down in time, and luckily so as well.
This is one of the great things I've seen from Erin Dean. The first time that I saw her a couple of years ago, now learning her craft, she didn't get over that front leg, bring the hip around as well as she's doing now. She gave the ball a lot of flight. Back then, now she's able to.
And again, that cross-batted shot is the go-to shot.
And now you look at her and you can see that she's getting over the front leg a lot better. She's grown a lot more. She's gotten a bit stronger, and she's keeping that bowling arm nice and high, varying her pace, changing her lengths. And you can see that she has grown leaps and bounds, and this is what you want to see through these type of tournaments, the Rising Stars Championships.
And again, off the back foot, she's able to punch this one into deep. They should go back for a second.
A bit of a misfield by the skipper out there, the extra cover, allowing them to get back for that second.
Bowman.
In fact, it's Bowman.
Out in the deep. That ends the over. And after 5, it's 27 for 2. So Claxton is up to 22 now from 17. Rosario only now starting to kind of find the middle of the bat. She still hasn't settled just yet, Rosario. But again, she has to be careful here. Herbert Myers is a wily character.
I was just mentioning that we look at Erin Dean and her growth. You can see with Myers as well. You can see the growth over the last 3 years or so playing at this level. She too, a couple of years ago, this one through the covers, going to sneak one. They should come back for two with the misfield, and they'll get it quite comfortably in the end.
Cumberbatch making a meal of that one. She thought she had it, and then she didn't.
And she's still to come into the bowling attack. Of course, Cumberbatch with a fifer in the last game that Barbados played a couple of days ago. And those three, Erin Dean, Tiani Herbert Mears, and Nijani Cumberbatch, they're the real backbone of this Barbados team. All of them three, this is their third under-19 tournament. And similar to Erin Dean, as I was mentioning, Myers, that first time you saw her,
it's a one just peeling off the edge, but well away from the slip.
that first time you saw them, you could see they were still quite younger, and now learning their craft. And you look at her here now, she's able to get over that front leg a lot more, complete her bowling action, get some momentum into the ball. And now being the leader of this team as well, Tiani Herbert Myers, taking over from the likes of Trishan Holder.
And again, a big swing there, but probably just getting a thin edge to keep it away from the stumps. And but Claxton was going for broke there. Just not able to connect. Maybe she tried to hit it too hard and lost her shape a little bit. Rosario, though, is the one who probably just has to tighten up. She just seems like she's a little bit unsettled. And again, there she's getting a full pitch delivery, but not able to take advantage of it. When she's on song, she can hit the ball very hard.
What she won't want to do.
Again, that's a full pitch delivery. That ball almost landed in the crease, and she was on the back foot, trying to play it from the back foot there. The last time I saw that, Leo John was batting. That's the end of the over. 6 completed. It's 31 for 2.
What Rosario will need to be aware of is that she doesn't want to soak up too many dot balls. As you mentioned, she is quite capable with the bat. She's got to back her skills, know that she can bat, believe in herself. Because the more dot balls that she soaks up, Jazara Claxton, her captain, who's on the other end, is going at better than a run-up ball, a strike rate of just under 120 presently. And she will want to not keep Jazara away from the strike for too long. So when she gets that opportunity, Rosario, she'll want to get that single and get her captain back on strike. As the aforementioned Nijani Cumberbatch, the real spearhead of this Barbados bowling lineup, comes in to the attack from the northern end. And beauty of a delivery, first up to Jazara Claxton, pitching just on and about leg stump and turning back towards off. And you can see she's full of confidence, Nijani Cumberbatch. Another coat of paint, and the off bail may have been gone.
Again, but she didn't really commit to the front foot. She just kind of stayed there, sort of half cocked, to see how much turn she will get. And again, really, they're going to have to work out. They're not judging the length of the deliveries very well. And maybe that's a plan to stay on the back foot and wait. Because, again, most of the bowlers are not that quick, so they probably feel they can afford to sit there and wait, but they're running into difficulty doing so. And there's the turn, plenty turn. That's going to go for 4 byes. That's appreciable turn. And bunks as well.
Yeah, Nijani Komabach, you mentioned pace, and she's the one of the three that I mentioned earlier. She's the one that's going to be the quickest. She has a nice quick arm action, and she is the one who is, if not for anything, going to get the most amount out of the pitch. And you can see there that appreciable turn. Claxton had a look at it and was thinking about pulling, and pulled out of the shot, probably off put a young Collymore behind the stumps, not able to collect, bringing her point fielder now into slip, and the short third going to backward point, making that adjustment.
The captain who goes into slip there, Myers.
Yeah, the two fielders out a square of the wicket, a square leg and sweeper on the offside.
And again, Upton to stay on that back foot. It's almost like she don't mind having to hurry to bring the bat down quickly. So I played again, and they're going to get the quick single once more. So again, you could see the experience from this Barbados bowling attack. They don't give away much.
Yeah, of course, in Komabach's case as well, she's had that experience with the West Indies under 19, playing in the World Cup earlier in the year.
And once again, the bounce and the turn. Now, I'm not sure if she got a touch here, but the turn, she did get a touch. So it created all sorts of problems for the keeper once more.
Yeah, but with that touch, Ruskin, it's gone so close to the off stump. You can see Komabach's reaction, almost in the money. But welcome runs for Leeward Islands. They found a bit of momentum into their batting now, given that they've lost 2 early wickets. One in the first over, the first ball of the match actually, and then in that second over. End of 7 now, it's a 40 for 2. Well, we look at scores. Remember, there are 2 other matches on today on finals day. Look at the Leeward Islands players and their coaching staff, and they are making a lot of noise. If you didn't know it was finals day and there's all to play for, you just need to listen to the noise coming from the stands. They know it's a finals day.
There's the scoreboard, just keeping them abreast of what is happening out there. 40 for 2.
And keeping abreast of the other 2 games, Windward Islands and Guyana. Guyana have progressed to 17 for 2 after 7.5, and Jamaica have progressed to 14 for 1 after 7.5 overs.
And that's good. That's a good shot again. That's 4 more. She again got it on the full. She didn't wait for it to come down too much. She went into it, and with a nice sweet swing of the bat, Lara-like, she was able to pierce the gap.
Yeah, closing of the face on impact and getting it past Nijani Komabach. Rocks her head back at Komabach, and almost thinks that she probably could have done a better with it, probably given a dive, and but an overflighted delivery from Mayers. She's the one who's going to give more flight than the other bowlers. And a full toss, so often you see batters get out with full tosses. This one a low full toss. Claxton not missing out.
Yeah, she's pushed her back to long on now though. And there she's again cutting, and she's out. Caught at the wicket.
And I think Claxton knew she hit it the minute that the appeal went up. Jazara Claxton turned and faced the pavilion and the stands immediately. So a big wicket here for Barbados. 28 from 24. She was hitting her straps, Captain Jazara Claxton. And again, that shot that Ruskin's been mentioning, that back foot and looking to cut, fraught with danger. Herbert Myers, just not as much flight as the previous delivery. To my estimation, I'm not sure she got an edge on that. But, of course, umpire Abbott, she's in a better position than I am. Claxton accepts the decision and walks back, just with a little word to her incoming batter. And Captain Tiani Hubert Mears is on the prowl and definitely leading her team from the front. Leo Weeks, the incoming batter for the Leeward Islands. And of course, we spoke about the power of this Leeward Islands batting lineup. They tend to go hard and lose wickets along the way, but they are in a spot of bother inside the first power play, and they've already lost 3 wickets. And a bit of a repair job needing to be done here from Weeks and Rosario. But what they won't want to have happen, going at over 5 runs to the over, they won't want to let that run rate slip further back. But for Barbados, on the other hand, all the fielders now in the circle, bar the deep backward square leg. Nice bit of flight again from Mears.
It's a welcome relief to see somebody actually coming on to the front foot to try to play it rather than hanging back and waiting for it to pitch and then try to react to it off the wicket. It's not turning that much. It is turning a little bit.
There's the effort, as you said, Ruskin, to come on to the front foot. Of course, you mentioned the pitch, and I took a little walk along the pitch earlier this morning, and there are some cracks in and along the pitch.
Again, generous flight.
But those cracks are all well covered by a generous coating of grass on the surface.
And that's good bowling again. She keeps the pressure on. To end the over, 44 for 3. She now has 2 for 14 from 4.
So Nijani Komabach with the ball in hand. And this time she'll bowl without the shades.
So the Leeward Islands, they have to be careful here because this is where their innings invariably can go into a tailspin. Because once you lose your top 3, they sort of suspect the middle and lower order, and that has been the Achilles heel all tournament long.
A little bit too short on that occasion from Komabach.
Yeah, she just needs to relax and bowl because she is already imparting good spin. She also is getting bonks. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring in that short mid-wicket. And speaking of short mid-wicket, he just bounces. But that too could so easily have gone to hand. It's almost like I don't know what it is. It's like everybody is just intent on just going across the line of the ball. And it might be productive for them, but it's also very dangerous.
One of those situations, there's always risk and reward.
That's another beauty. This time it hits the edge. I don't think she actually knew where the ball was going, and but she got 4 runs for it all the same weeks.
And just unfortunate, the skipper there, I'm not too sure if you would call her first slip. She was standing more at second slip, so in between the wicketkeeper and that first slip position.
That's the cardinal sin that most teams do. They, instead of employing a first slip, they employ a makeshift, a sort of go-between.
And it's one of the fielding positions I don't like.
But she's in no man's land, really.
But I guess you understand sometimes why they do it. They're trying to cover a little more space. But of course, for me, if you're putting in a slip, the slip is an attacking position. You're looking for wickets. You already have 3 wickets in the bag. Go to regulation first slip. If it beats you and goes to third on the outside, fair enough. Tip your hat to the batter.
And well bowled again. Look at the bonk she's getting. And I don't think any of the batters have been comfortable against her, especially with that bonks.
I tell you, the growth of these young ladies is still so very impressive. Cumberbatch, you can see that she's stuck to her craft and she's grown immensely.
So a wide signal there, that's what I was mentioning there, but I thought it was a wide all along, but it took a while for her to indicate. And what is it that they're bringing on? The physio?
Young Collymore just indicating to Maria Abbott there that she was struck in the throat, actually. I saw her hold her hip. I thought the ball had hit her in her hip. But again, good on the umpires keeping abreast and ensuring the players' safety more than anything else, their safety and their fitness.
Yeah, well, remember, these are young ladies, and I don't know if you've ever been around a bunch of young ladies playing a sport. If they break a nail, it's a major event, you know. So you have to be aware of them, and I suppose the umpires would have been around them for quite a bit, so they know what is happening with them. And but it's correct that any kind of a head injury or anywhere in the upper body, you want to make absolutely certain that they're okay.
Yeah, of course. We saw that 2 days ago here in Diego Martin. Umpire Raj Kumar noticing one of the batters hit on the head and the helmet, and he stopped the game immediately.
Yeah, this is good bowling. She's keeping things very tight indeed. Just 11 runs coming off her, but those are mostly edges that went the way of Wales. 50 on the board. It's 50 for 3 now after 9.
And that should be the end of the first power play. And the captain herself will continue from that southern end, the main road end. Again, looking to give it a bit of flight is Mayers. This time just dragging it a little too wide.
Yeah, they don't need to try too many things. You know, just relax and just bowl. It's going to happen for them. And there he goes, brilliantly done, bold, neck and crop, again playing back Rosario, and she pays the ultimate price yet again.
Just as you mentioned, wicket to wicket, and I was thinking the exact same thing. Don't pitch it wide, you don't have to invite them to play shots. Wicket to wicket has gotten you rewards so far, so that should be your modus operandi, and right on the money here. And again, that playing off the back foot, one that possibly she could have been forward to, but Mayers beating the outside edge of the bat, but not beating the off stump, knocking it back, and further into trouble. Leeward Islands, 51 for 4 now.
Yeah, and this is, like I said, Zara Skerritt is the new batter, but this is where I think the Leeward Islands are really on a slippery slope right now, because their lower order, their middle to lower order, has really not fired at all in the tournament. They're going to need them to really come to the party now.
Yeah, definitely not the right shot as we get the opportunity to look at it again. Ball pitching right in the slot, and her stance is that she wants to go forward because the front foot is open just slightly, but she ends up rocking back, playing backwards to a ball in the slot. But of course you expect and you hope that having played this tournament and as they go through their career, that they'll learn and they'll look back at this, see their mistakes, and they'll get better. There you go. There's what you want to see. That delivery right in the slot again. Nice forward defensive from Skerritt.
Yeah, but it's generous flight that she's giving them. And again, I think once it goes up above eye level, it seems like they found like, it's almost like they're gazing at the ball. And but when there's such generous flight, you would try to use your feet to get to the pitch of the ball. A few of them have shown the tendency to do that. Here she's just making that little step out to try to smother the spin. But when she flights it, it hangs in the air for a long while, and I think they get a little, I don't know, like dares and lights. That's what happens. Like they can't believe it's that high, and by the time they decide what to do, the ball is already touching down in front of them. So they're going to have to dig really deep here to produce something special, else Barbados are just going to keep churning it over. And there's another one that comes off the bat at a pretty awkward angle. But they survive. It's 51 for 4 now after 10. So you're looking at brilliant, nice green, lush green conditions here in the basin that is Diego Martin. And, well, not just to the left of those hills that you're seeing there, with the camera pans further left, right behind there, you have the sea is running right behind there. And a nice shot again. That two could run away for 4 more. Yeah. So when they get it right, they get boundaries. It's what happens in between that has been the problem so far.
A real drag down here from Kamabach, and probably looking to bowl a little bit faster, but dragging it down. And even with the drag down, you can see that she extracted just a bit of turn, but it was so short it gave Weeks enough time to just rock back, see it, play the pull shot through that mid-wicket, vacant mid-wicket region.
Yeah, that's again a quicker delivery causing some problems. Weeks is on 8, and they're going to need her to keep going. Young Bruce, she's had her problems in the field, but she's there battling away. A real baby.
I saw her downstairs earlier. I said to her, you're the 12-year-old that Carlos and Shakira told me about. She said, no, I'm 11. With such authority. And I had to smile because, sometimes you're that age and you're in a hurry to grow up.
Again, another good delivery, but good batting here because she's getting the bat. She's not trying to push it too far in front of the pad. She's just getting the bat at the right angle sometimes just to keep it down because there is bounce on offer and a little bit of turn.
She was so eager to prove to me that she was 11, man. She could see that I didn't believe her. She asked Manage. She said, Manage, how old am I? Manage said, you're 11. I said, okay.
11 going on 30. Is that was the movie? 13 going on 30 or 17 going on 30. That's good bounce again. Look at how awkward it is and how uncomfortable she's making life for these right-handers. They're not happy with the ball spinning into them.
Yeah, she is a leg spinner, young Bruce.
And again,
of course, she's one of those bowlers in this competition more than any other that at the end of the 11th over 56 for 4 that they're going to have their eye on, because when you think about the West Indies women's senior team Afi Fletcher, who is the incumbent leg spinner on the team, is already over 36, getting on to 37, and may not necessarily be in and around the senior team for much longer. And it's going to leave a void. So you're looking at people like a Brianna Harry-Charan, a Zakia Bruce, even an Erin Dean. Who's going to fill that void that's going to be left by Afi Fletcher whenever she does decide that it's time to hang up the boots?
Well, I was telling the manager that they should give Kambala Pali a passport sooner rather than later, because she could bowl some leg spin for them as well. So we have a change in the bowling. Headley is coming in to the attack now.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key points in having not just the women's under 19, but even with the boys under 19 presently going on in St. Vincent and St. Kitts, in fact. And these are the young ones that you're looking at it, and you're wondering, with the impending retirement, for example, of an Andrea Russell.
And she's going for this one again, getting it into the gap, but we'll only get a single for it. Brathwaite doing good work out there.
Again, just not finding that right length just yet, Headley. But these young ones, these are the ones who are going to feed into the academies, the A team, and then the senior team.
And again, the spinning ball is causing all sorts of problems there. And it's almost like they don't expect it to turn. But you could see the action, this is spinning action, but it's like they're not familiar with the spinning ball at all. It just seems like once it turns off the original line, then they have a little problem. And Sabriel Headley pitching it up a little bit more now. And there you go again. And it kind of stuck in the wicket because it pitched and it looped past her. She's going to have to hurry, and they eventually get back for that second run.
Of course, I mentioned earlier that I did have a look at the pitch earlier, and more on this end, the southern end, batting at the southern end, there are some cracks in and around just that 4-meter length, and I'm wondering if that ball hit any one of those cracks.
Yeah, look at the wicketkeeper. She was going down leg side.
I tell you, there is one crack that I saw this morning that
that ends the over. With 12 completed now, 59 for 4. So they're going to take a break and maybe get some refreshments, but more importantly, get some information from their respective coaches, and hopefully try to implement them when we come back. So we'll take a break. We'll be back with more. Johnny Cumberbatch is going to continue, and so far 6 for 7, her best figures. She right now has not a wicket, 16 runs from her 3 overs, but you get an impression it's only a matter of time before she picks up a power 2. She's in her 4th over now, 16 runs, but 13 dot balls. And that's pulled away nicely into the gap it goes. That's going down the hill. That's 4 runs. And it just beats the mid-on fielder into the boundary. She goes in between the soccer goalposts, almost like a goal was scored. And but good shot all the same. She was quickly onto the back foot. In fact, that's where they're most comfortable, most of the Leeward Island batters. And picking up another boundary there. So she goes to 14 Aliyah weeks. 14 from 16 deliveries. 63 now for 4. And well, that one, not interested in that one. But a slightly quicker delivery. Typical of spinner's response. After you get hit for a 4, you go a little flatter, a little quicker. And that's well played again. They're going to have to hurry here. And the return is not a powerful one, but she'll take it all the same, Headley, with the return. Again, cramp for room there to play the shot, and the Skerrett having her problems. Ball down, right through he goes. It was just a matter of time for this young lady, and she finally gets a wicket. Skerrett goes without scoring.
This is good by Nijani Cumberbatch. Stood up on the outside for the first 3 deliveries, and she bowled that short one that was pulled by Weeks down to long on for 4. And I said to myself, Nijani, you need to pitch the ball up. And pitch it up she did, and there's the just reward for pitching the ball up, given that she's a lot quicker through the air, a lot quicker with her arm action than all the other bowlers, and definitely a lot quicker to the bat. Now Nijani Cumberbatch joins the party with her first wicket. Remember, she's coming off of a 5-for in the last match that Barbados played. Of course, this is the second time that they're playing the Leeward Islands. They got the better of them the last time, did Barbados. 64 for 5 now. And with half the batting lineup back in the pavilion, one wonders what type of score Leeward Islands can get to. They're well capable of getting well in excess of 100 runs. The problem for them, Ruskin, though, the wickets just continue to fall.
Yeah, now we have Boraj at the Sanjana. Boraj is out there in the middle. But Weeks continues to soldier on here. They're going to need her to really do the heavy lifting.
37 for 5 into the 13th over, the 14th over now. And Jamaica are 40 for 2 after 13 overs versus Trinidad and Tobago, the 3rd place playoff, that bronze medal match. And 64 for 5, 37 for 5 in fact, Guyana after 12 overs against Windwards for the 5th place.
Windwards coming off that big upset win over Jamaica, looking for back-to-back wins, and again chasing a wide delivery there that she doesn't even have to play at.
And it will do Windwards a lot of good, build their confidence to finish the tournament with 2 wins if they can get up and over Guyana today. They have them 37 for 5 now.
a wide delivery there. She just has to Headley just settle down and just put the deliveries where she wants to put them. Sabriel Headley just a little bit off kilter here for a moment. Cut away, but the captain is in the way there. Herbert Myers really bowled a splendid little spell early on. 3 wickets to her name. And that's a beauty. Just touching down and just enough turn to move away from the edge of the bat.
You mentioned the Windwards, and quite interesting. Wickets shared around through all the bowlers for the Windward Islands in that 5th place playoff.
Mm-hmm. So again, once she kind of relaxes and bowls, you could see how effective she can be. But she does have the tendency to bowl short balls, and but if she pitches it up, she's going to create all sorts of problems. I'm surprised they took out the slip. And you could see that there is no real aggressive intent here from Buraj as the over comes to an end. It's 66 for 5 now after 14. So the Leeward Islands here just hoping to advance the score as best as they possibly can. 66 for 5.
I think even with the loss of wickets, they're still scoring in and around 5 runs to the over. Just under is now 4, just under 4 3/4 to the over. And they'll be hoping that they can continue at that rate.
They scored a fair amount of boundaries too.
Continuing at this rate, if they bat out their 35 overs, they will get over 150.
And well played this one, because it's really awkward bonks that Cumberbatch is getting there. Weeks has settled down quite nicely, because she knows she is carrying the brunt of the load here for her team. Really need her to stick around for a long time. Quicker delivery, that's well bowled. It just missed, but it didn't miss by much. I don't think Weeks knew exactly what was happening there. Look at how late this bat comes down. Ball through to the keeper in a flush. And again, a slow one this time. And a stifled appeal, but she was through the shot long before the ball even got there. Ball struck her on the body somewhere. That's a nice delivery again, turning back in, but left alone, but it didn't miss by much to end the over. Another pretty good one, 66 for 5 at the end of it. So now the question here for Buraj is, can she do something to get Weeks back on strike early in the over? She don't want to wait until the 5th ball to do so. I think it's key that she gets it done early. That's another good delivery. Stifled appeal.
I'm possibly just wondering if it hit the pad first before onto the bat.
Testing times here for the Leeward Islands batters, not getting much to work with.
What they should do is they should realize that there's still quite a bit of time to go in the innings.
Full toss that she just puts, but that's the mindset that she's in right now. She's not in a real run scoring mood. She's just trying to preserve her wicket. This one again is pushed out. She's out of BW. She didn't really go anywhere, Boraj. And that is the end of her wicket. Number 6 goes down. And Headley picks up Pepper.
Yeah, Barbados, with this heavy reliance on spin and 3 experienced spin bowlers, the less experienced Headley coming in, and she herself making her mark. And the only thing that could have worked in the batter's favour there was bounce, and there was none. Probably going on to hit the top of a middle leg with that one. Maria Abbott raising that finger, but not really coming forward, just a tentative prod forward, not playing for any spin that may be on offer. And she pays the price.
And Courtney Brown replaces her out in the middle. Courtney Brown, yep, very famous name. When you consider we have a Collymore, 2 Collymores on the team.
Yeah, both the Collymore girls.
I think one is 12th man today.
The Kyra is the one left out today. The Korea is the one behind the stumps. I'm always amazed that the Kyra became a wicket keeper. It's so different to her dad.
Well, somebody has to field the ball. Because if you have only bowlers in the family, there must windows you're breaking. So you need a keeper to stop the ball from doing damage. Again, on the back foot, no, not going anywhere at all.
Some excitement in the commentary booth. Our producer is excited by that. 166 for 6 at the end of 16. But this heavy reliance on spin from Barbados, a little bit unusual when you think about West Indian cricket and you think about the different territories. You tend to think of certain bowlers coming from different territories, and you tend to align Barbados with not just fast bowling, but tear-away fast bowling. When you think of the likes of a Malcolm Marshall, even the aforementioned the Corey Collymore, before he got the back injury, was a tear-away fast. But it has worked for them. The spinners in this tournament doing all the heavy lifting for Barbados. And they'll feel now, they'll be buoyed by having taken 6 wickets already. And they'll feel like, hey, we have one step, one hand closer to lifting that Rising Stars Under-19 trophy.
And that's very well played again. Once she gets under it, it's almost impossible for them to cut it off. And she placed that one well enough, just getting it over the head of the inner ring. In fact, Matthew Broom is right there at mid-wicket, but the ball went sailing over her head. Down to the boundary, went for 4.
And with the 4 wickets falling all around her, Weeks continues to be watchful when she needs to be and play her shots when she needs to play her shots and continue to score boundaries. The Leeward Islands, the score could have looked a lot different without those boundaries scored by Weeks. And even her captain, who was going guns blazing earlier.
It was up to 20 now, so she's batted very well for her 28 balls faced. She's been probably the only one other than the captain. This could be out though. She's just lobbing this one. Safely taken there by the captain, Herbert Mayers. And just as we were talking, she goes for a well-played 20. But clearly not, I don't know what she was really trying to do with that one.
Who does the commentator's curse fall on, myself or Ruskin? Just as we're talking about how well Weeks has been going, she attempts to get forward, not really forward, but just a little bit too much out of her reach. And the minute it came off the bat, she knew it. She knew she didn't get it. It went nowhere further than just in front of the skipper, Myers, who's at full slip, and an easy catch. So even having been able to score better than 5 runs to the over for much of the inning so far, and then around 4.5 to the over, Leeward Islands continue to lose batting. And I think it was a couple of days ago, Ruskin, you pointed out that to me, that they are aggressive players, some of these Leeward Islands batters, and that tends to put them in problems, losing wickets regularly throughout their innings.
Yeah, it certainly has been a real slide for them now. So Lianga Warner is out there.
And Johnny Cumberbatch with her second wicket.
And again, problems here because I'm not sure where they're going to find another 30, 40 runs. That would be so crucial to make this game at least a little more difficult for Barbados. A little bit of a stifled appeal. Now, what is the call here? Did she step out of her crease? The wicket is broken. Is it a dead ball? The umpires have not really confirmed or anything like that, so they probably just looked at each other and decided it's the end of the over.
Yeah, another drag down by Nijani Cumberbatch. Collymore taking the ball, breaking the stumps.
But the square leg umpire was unmoved, so she might have been just on the line.
A little bit difficult for us to tell from our angle, but she did wander down a little bit, the Warner. That's great alertness by young Collymore.
So 70 for 7 after 17 overs. So we're just about halfway there.
And generous amounts of flight from Headley.
And again, so you could just see that Courtney Brown just a little bit late in getting the bat through.
Yeah, she's one of the more experienced players, Courtney Brown, in this Leeward Islands team. Having played this tournament before on prior occasions.
She likes to give it a whack, but right now she's under pressure. Because if they were to lose another wicket now, that would be 8 down. So all of that is probably playing on her mind at the moment as we lose the sun for a moment. And again, she's trying. That one kept very low indeed.
Yeah, Collymore picking that one up off the ground, basically.
Yeah, that's what we call a subterranean rodent.
Yeah, just
better known as a rat.
Taking all the air out of the ball taken from Headley.
Again, not able to really get the ball away. Barbados have done very well. They've kept the pressure on, and they've forced the Leeward Islands, all the batters, to come up with some kind of solution to this problem that they have. In the air, just dropping short. A nice diving effort there, but it just was dying on her. You could see her trying to get there, but to no avail. And Bowman again put it in a little dive there, but the ball was just dying on her. And those are difficult when you have to go forward, because you don't want to dive and hit your face into the ground, so you kind of lean, or you try to get to the side of it, and that's exactly what she was doing there. She was diving and protecting herself all at the same time.
Yeah, probably just a slight misjudgment in the trajectory as well from Bowman, but live to fight another day.
So Cumberbatch, like, she's going to bowl out here. She's going to continue. 2 for 25 now. And there's another beautiful delivery that just eludes the keeper and the batter. And it's 4 runs. Again, a slight edge that took it away from the keeper and the stumps.
And this is a downside to Nijani Cumberbatch, who we've mentioned time and time before that she is quicker through the air and quicker than the other spinners in the team. Once it gets any bat on it and passes the wicketkeeper or the slip fielders, it's going to run away to the boundary. And it doesn't matter how they come. The bat has an edge on it. It's her bat. She can use the edge. She picks up 4 runs. And Leeward Islands will be glad for that.
75 for 7. And they need a few more. But they cannot afford to lose too many more wickets.
Bowled,
Another
clean
wicket.
bowled,
Yep.
in between bat and pad, and Nijani Cumberbatch, you can't keep her out of the wickets column. The big smile, and she adds to that wicket tally, and probably putting her hand up to be the bowler of the tournament. And this one a little bit of flight, and dropping just under that bat, turning. She's the one who's gotten the most turn today, Nijani Cumberbatch. And straight on to that off pole. Leeward Islands, a real spot of bother and in real problems here. 8 wickets down.
Yeah, this is not what the doctor ordered. 75 for 8. And they lost wicket. Well, they lost a wicket without a run on the board. It was 0 for 1, 9 for 2. 44 for 3, 51 for 4, 64 for 5, 66 for 7, 70 for 7, and 75 for 8.
And again, their run rate has been good throughout. Over 4 runs to the over. The early part of the innings, especially when Jazara Claxton, the captain, was there, they were going at a run a ball. And when she left, that run rate just dipped to 5, and then it's now dipped all the way down with the continuous loss of wickets, all the way down to 4 runs to the over. If they can find a way, these remaining batters, to bat out the 35 overs.
Inka Wilson cutting 1-1. She gets it past into the gap. That 2 is going to run down the hill and just gets there. That's 4 runs.
Yep. Sabriel Headley giving chase there, and just could not get there. I think if the boundary rope was back probably 2 meters, she would have gotten there. One of those Larry Gomes specials. You're chasing after the ball, you think you're going to get it, and you just can't get it. But welcome runs nonetheless for Leeward Islands, because they have, as we've mentioned, lost wickets continuously, and these boundaries are just going to help them along the way. If they can bat out their 35 overs at this run rate, they should get over 100. This one bouncing appreciably past the wicketkeeper Collymore, and it will be signalled byes by umpire Leeward.
Just a 1 by. So again, the bunks that Cumberbatch is generating, causing a few problems to the keeper.
Yeah, she is quite tall, Nijani Cumberbatch, definitely a lot taller than Erin Dean.
Hit in the air and dropped. Well. it looked like it was just going to settle in her lap there, and Matthew Broom not able to hold on to it.
Yeah,
So a bit of a miss there. A rare miss for them.
I tell you, the most disappointed person on the field, or most unrelieved person, would be Nigel Cumberbatch. A real drag down. Had that wicket been taken, should have been so ecstatic, Nigel Cumberbatch. And still in with a shout here with 2 wickets remaining. Still in with a shout of getting a 5 for Nigel Cumberbatch. Probably she is the most expensive of the bowlers on the day, but of course she is their most attacking bowler. She's always going to be looking for wickets and that extra pace. The undoing of some of the batters, getting a number of edges today. Nigel Cumberbatch, none going to hand though.
And again another stifled appeal, but again she's walking into the shot, and as opposed to getting her feet set and playing, she's just walking. It's a kind of approach, like if you're in practice, you're playing a shot, you're under no pressure, but she's under pressure. If she blocks the stump and gets hit, she could be in some problems. So, Inca Wilson, under some pressure here, they need her to figure out something.
Looking for that gap backward of point, and just not able to find it. Probably needs to play it just a tad later than she is, or maybe get out towards the ball, get some momentum, hit it in front of point.
And again, they're living dangerously there, and once again the slip is not really at first slip, but kind of like in between slip. Look at how wide she is already.
Yeah, regulation, full slip that straight into your hands.
Having to go to her left as opposed to standing there and then accepting that straight in her lap, probably.
Yeah, she was a little bit slow to react as well to the field that first slip, but all to the benefit of the score here for the Leeward Islands. They will welcome it.
Another boundary, 84 for 8 now.
That's called a no ball by umpire Abbott. Just seemed to pitch just outside of the cut strip.
Talking about your radar going bad, this one went real haywire here.
Just seemed to lose grip of the ball in a bowling action.
And that's another one that is scripted away. This could be a couple here for them if they hurry. They're going to have to come back. This could be dangerous here. And the throw is off target, anywhere near the stumps. And it could be, now it's the free hit is still on. And would you believe the dark clouds is about to burst here in Diego Martin.
Yeah, there is some rain coming over those hills to the east of us, and it may work in favor, if we do get an interruption, it may work in favor of Leeward Islands.
And another wide. So another, did the free hit still persist? So right now, 89 on the board, and they're bringing the ground staff on, or are they? Or they know the umpire is just checking. And yes, she is asking the ground staff to come on quickly now, because they just want to. It's 8 to Wilson. Warner is yet to score. 89 for 8 at the moment. And we have our first interruption. So unfortunately, we do have a break in play here. The ground staff hurriedly getting the covers on, and but we'll take a break here because it's been all Barbados. Jazara Claxton made 28-20 to Aaliyah Weeks, but not much else to write home about. Wilson is on 8 not out. Warner is yet to score, and Barbados enjoying themselves. They have 2 bowlers with 3 wickets each. Cumberbatch has 3, and Herbert Myers also has 3. Headley and Dean, the other wicket takers for them. So as the ground staff puts the covers on and the rain continues to fall here, in fact it's getting heavier at the minute, we'll take a break and we'll come back with more, with the latest news here. The Leeward Islands, after they were put into bat, have slipped to 89 for 8 now after 19.5 overs. We'll be back. Welcome back. Some good news. The weather has subsided. The sun is trying to peek out again. And so far, the umpires have decided that it's good enough and dry enough and not at all dangerous to the players, because that is the paramount importance here. Safety first. But the good news is that we're playing a 32 overs a side affair, so it means that the Leeward Islands, who reached 89 for 8 after 19 overs and 5 balls, will still have 12 overs and 1 ball remaining in their innings. And Headley it is who's going to try to finish off her over. And she'll have to do that again because she got that all wrong. So that pushes the score to 90 now for 8. And this one is swung in the air just out of the reach. So again, one more to the score. So that will complete the over. So 20 overs completed now. And it's 91 for 8. With Warner yet to score and Inca Wilson on 9 from 9 deliveries. Wilson, I'm sure she'll be hoping that they could build something useful here, but Barbados will want to end this as quickly as possible and not have to worry too much about anything. Erin Dean is coming back into the attack. And they're going to look to her to try to wrap this up. 1 for 21 so far from her 3 overs. A little bit expensive, but again, it was mainly because of the brilliance of Captain Claxton. Dean not happy again because of the amount of rain that fell. There might be a little bit of, the ball might be a little bit slick every time it touches the ground. It just be some remnants of the water. And a nicely flighted delivery there. Again, generous flight. And you could see Dean trying her best to just to get it on target. And that too is going awry. So Barbados has to be careful here. You don't want to just gift away runs and then a couple comes off the middle of the bat and they go for 4. Next thing you know, you're chasing 120. And as I suspected, the gripping of the ball is going to be a problem here for her. So Dean has to be careful, but the good thing is that she's an off spinner, so it shouldn't be that difficult. If she was a wrist spinner, probably would have been a lot more difficult to grip the ball, but as a finger spinner, she should be able to exercise some degree of control. And here's a loud appeal for BW, and she's out. So Warner goes for no score, and it's now 93 for 8. So Dean does the job for Barbados and giving them the breakthrough that they needed. And a lot of turn there, so that might have been just sliding down leg, but the umpire's in a much better position, so she's wicket to wicket. So 93 for 9 now. And Gabrielle Harilal. She is the number 11 batter coming out. So this is the last pair here. They still have quite a few overs at their disposal, but they only have 1 wicket remaining. And I'm sure Dean would want to end it all here as quickly as possible. And I could imagine Wilson probably praying and hoping that she gets another chance to face another ball, but Harila will have to negotiate the next 2 legal deliveries. And a little bit of turn there. Maybe she's just trying too hard. She just needs to just release the ball. She's trying to grip it and trying to impart turn, as much spin as possible. And she's probably holding on to it too long. That's a good delivery. That's more like it. But that will end the over. 21 completed. It's 93 for 9 now. So it's a 32 overs a side affair. We did have the first rain interruption at about 11:21. It was 89 for 8 at that stage, 19 overs and 5 balls bowled. Then the rain stopped just before 2 o'clock when they were scheduled to make an inspection. And but thankfully the rain held. And here we are. So Wilson, who's on 10, and she misses out on a real gift there. She could have hit that on the full, but again, she was trying to go across it. Had she tried to hit it straight, she would have probably presented a bigger surface. But once again, trying to go right across the line of the ball. This time she's going, well, they thought about it for a moment. And then she was sent back. So Headley it is who is trying to wrap it up here for Barbados. They're just 1 wicket away now. 93 for 9. Another swing and a miss. And again, when you consider 28 of those runs came from Claxton, 10 from Rosario, 20 from Weeks. They are the principal scorers in addition to extras. And that's more like it. Playing with a straight bat. So Headley not really spinning the ball much, but she gives it nice generous flight. And most of the batsmen are almost always tempted by it, but on this occasion, Harilal is very watchful. She's yet to score. Actually, this is Wilson, I should say, who is on strike now. She's on 10. But again, nice generous flight to end the over. So 93 for 9 after 22. And Basu is back after running around, not in the rain, but after the rain.
No, I actually got some time in the rain. It carried me back to my more youthful days.
Yeah.
You play any and everything, even cricket you play in the rain. You love the rain. Hello, Ruskin. Hello, everyone.
Well, now you know you're not salt.
Yeah. Our producer said, Phil Salt.
Yep.
I'm far from that type of quality. Young Erin Dean.
And again, she bowled a good over. She was having some difficulty gripping the ball, but eventually she started to land them a little bit better. She bowled a wide, and because she couldn't grip the ball properly, but I think she's probably a little more familiar with it now and has worked out the mechanics.
Yeah, even the wicket ball, as I stood up outside, from square on, it looked to be a short one. Just looked to get stuck in the hand a bit. But thankfully, striking the pad, getting the LBW decision.
And Harilal, though, you could see there's no aggressive intent from her. And but again, it's really about what the captains are thinking. She's probably just prepared to play it as is. but it would be interesting if she could put some pressure on her and maybe just force her to do something out of the ordinary. Just bring in another fielder under the bat just to distract her a little bit or let her think of something else.
Yeah, you spoke about some of the improvements. I mentioned some of the improvements that we've seen from the likes of Aaron Dean, Tiani Herbert Myers, and Nijani Komabach over the last 3 to 4 years playing at this under-19 level. Captaincy and leadership, of course, is another aspect of the tournament that you look at and look to see how the girls improve. 93 for 9, 23 completed. And speaking about scores, Windward Islands, Ruskin, you'll be glad to know they did finish the tournament with 2 wins, completing a 10-wicket victory for that 5th spot against Guyana. They bowled Guyana out for 51 in 17.5 overs. Uniram Horadas getting double figures, 11. No other batter getting double figures, 14. Extras, the top scorer. Amaya Gilbert with a 5 for 12 from 5 overs. And it was Amaya Gilbert who came out with aggressive intent, scoring almost all of the 50 runs by herself.
Well, it just goes to show what a little confidence can do.
Yeah, Amaya Gilbert finishing on 42 from 28 deliveries, 7 fours and a 6 in that one. So Windward Islands, 5th place in 2025 CWI Rising Stars Girls Under 19.
So the game is just, it's almost like if they're just batting out the 32 overs or trying to. They're very little by way of aggression. And the one shot she attempted, a big hit, she hit right across the line of a full pitch delivery. Ball down, right through it went. And that ball passed her on the full. And again, I'm not quite sure she was picking up the wrong line of the ball. It was not for the first time, mind you. And she played all over it, and as a result, missed it and was bowled neck and crop. Here is Headley.
Yeah, so for the most part of their bowling effort, the Barbadian girls have been attacking the stumps. Just the few occasions they threw it wider and asked the batter to come at them, but the batters were not willing to do that. And 93 now the total for the Leeward Islands, giving Barbados 94 runs to cup the 2025 title. And wickets, 2 for Erin Dean, 3 for Tiani Herbert Myers, 3 for Nijani Komabach, and 2 for Sabriel Headley. So the effort shared all around by the batters. It's only Jazara Claxton and Aliyah Weeks getting above 20, extras 20 in the innings. So we will have that 10-minute break, and the Barbados total will be adjusted by DLS. But a wonderful effort from the Barbadian young ladies, showing why at the start, as I mentioned, Ruskin, I think they are the best bowling team in this year's tournament.
So 23.3 overs they used up to dismiss the Leeward Islands, and now it's up to their batters to see them home. They will need 94 runs, but they have 32 overs in which to get those runs. We'll get to their reply when we come back. Okay, welcome back as we get ready for the Barbados reply, as they now need 89 for a victory. 88 is the pass score under the Duckworth-Lewis system, and Calendar is making her way out. Asabi Calendar. Again, Barbados will be hoping that they could knock these runs off as quickly as possible and not make too much of a fight of it, but just take what the bowlers give them. They have 32 overs to get the 89 runs required for a victory, a DLS revised target. And we're getting ready for the start of the action here, and not too surprisingly, they've gone to their ace immediately. And a good delivery. This might have been a single, but she just seemed to be in her own little world there, and wasn't prepared to it. Sainavi Kambalapali is opening the bowling. Again, nice flight, but you could just see the ball dipping. So, Calendar, very watchful on that occasion. This young lady has really done very well, and has a stifled appeal, but good approach from Calendar, bringing that right pad outside the off stump and bringing the bat slightly behind. She didn't get many with the ball today, but I'm sure they'll be hoping that she could light up the place with the, did many with the bat, I should say, but hope she could light up the place with the ball. But if I was Barbados, I would try to see her out and maybe attack the others, because she is the danger. She can take wickets in bunches. Again, she bowls the googly almost at will. In fact, few of her quote-unquote leg spinners are in fact leg spinners. They're mostly googlies. So if the unsuspecting batters don't recognize that, they could play outside a couple of those deliveries and leave the gate open. And here they go again, turning into the pad. And they're going to get a run. So a leg by to start things off here as the first over comes to an end. It's one without loss. And certainly, Basu, it's not a daunting target, but as we've seen time and again, teams can make a real meal out of these small totals.
Hello, Ruskin. Hello, everyone. As one of those in-between targets, if you will. But of course, Barbados are going to rely heavily, if not totally, on the opening pair. Two of their most experienced players, their skipper Tiani Herbert-Myers, and of course Asabi Calendar, who's had experience with the West Indies under-19 team. And one of the few batters, probably the only batter to have gotten a half-century in this tournament, Asabi Calendar. And it just speaks to the pedigree she has. And you mentioned seeing off Kambalapali with that opening over, wonderful opening over. But you see off Kambalapali and then you look down at the other end and you're faced with that task of the West Indian player, a senior team player, Jazara Claxton, who is no mug with the ball. And of course she is the skipper of this Leeward Islands team, and should they take 10 wickets, it's going to rest a lot on her shoulders as well. And I think that's the only way for them to win the game, Leeward Islands. They're going to have to take 10 wickets. Of course, there is still some rain around. And that target, should we have another interruption, would be adjusted again.
Yeah, she almost produced a no ball first up. She had an extra player out of the circle.
Always difficult
Very well
sometimes.
played. Yep.
Always
Very well played. They could get two, and they thought about it.
Sorry, I was just about to say it's difficult sometimes when you're captain and you have to think about so many different things, and least of all controlling what she does and her skill of bowling. Then she has to think about exactly where does she bowl a particular bowler, where does she set the field. Now, we mentioned just coming down to the end of their batting innings, leadership is something that they're continuously developing on.
This is captain to captain here, Herbert Meyer.
I think for the most part, the captaincy at this level has been good. Jazar Claxton for Leeward Islands, Philip for the Windward Islands, Brianna Haricharan for Trinidad and Tobago, Herbert Myers for Barbados.
That's well played. And misfielded, could get close to the boundary, but it's pulling up, and eventually it's overhauled and able to track it down. Boyles, she is a smart mover in the field, very quick.
Nice looking shot. Not full timing on the shot. And then of course this western end of the ground is probably the end of the ground where it's a bit heavier when you have rainfall, so not getting to the boundary.
This one is pulled, this could be out, and she just never got her hands in the right position to probably haul it in. She just seemed to be in two minds, whether to go one-handed, go with both hands, go with the left hand only. And maybe she was even thinking about protecting herself as she was falling down.
I think she misjudged not just the trajectory of the ball, but how fast it was coming. And in the end, getting herself into a really awkward position, not even to put a hand on the ball. And probably too late, she decided she was going to try to go with a reverse cup one hand.
And that would have been a big breakthrough for them, because that would have been the skipper.
But immediately you can see a bit of the difference in skill level and experience level. Before that drop catch, you can see that Myers had made a step forward, a trigger movement towards the bowler. And that's good to see. We spoke about the Leeward Islands batters not being willing to be on their front foot.
Chasing after one outside, well outside the off stump. Probably thought it should have been a wide, but it wasn't. The umpire didn't think so. Two of us completed, 5 without loss.
And of course that experience factor coming to bear for the opening batters, as well as Jazar Claxton. Good tidy over. Could have had a wicket in that over, but for the drop catch at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, they need to take all their catches, or as many of them as possible, because the idea here is to get some early wickets and keep pressure on the Barbadian batters.
I think we saw a bit of that 2 days ago. I'll come back to it, where Jamaica they put some pressure onto Windwards when they started to take wickets. They themselves didn't get that big a score. It was a small target for Windwards.
It's well played again, and she's not trying to go across the line of the ball. She's actually driving the ball with a full face of the bat.
And that game 2 days ago here, Jamaica Windwards, the minute wicket started to fall, saw a bit of
and
doubt.
Again, that's gloriously played into the gap. It goes. They should get a second, but no, they decide against it. That ball was way out in the distance, almost 3/4 of the way to the boundary at extra cover. And it looked like they were certain to complete 2. Instead, they just took one.
Erring on the side of caution, maybe. I think they need to be aware again because there is weather around. You want to push hard and take all the runs that are on offer.
Yes, a light stifled appeal there. Again, the googly coming back in at the right-hander. Calendar just playing outside the line there a little bit. But she survives, and the ball clearly going down leg.
I also think that she got a bit of an inside edge on it, onto her pad.
This time she's going aerial, and that's a good hit. Once she clears the inner ring, it's down to long on for the first boundary.
And the willingness to be on the front foot and make that step, get the momentum into the ball, make it a lot fuller than it originally was. And good hands, nice full face of the bat through the line of the ball. Sabi Calendar showing the talent that she possesses. That talent that would have borne her selection on the West Indies under 19 team. That talent that, as I mentioned a couple overs ago, the only batter in this tournament with a half century.
Well, they've done a little bit of an adjustment. They've put the long on back now, and they brought in the square leg. She had driven just hitting on the boot, really. That was a hard shot there. And, well, Harry Lal might have just hurt herself there, but that would have been a spectacular catch had she gotten down, but she never went down for it.
At this level, you want them to be taking those type of chances. Of course, the situation of the game as well, a small total, a small target of just 89 in 32 overs. You're going to take every single opportunity, because for the Leeward Islands, wickets are the name of the game. Wickets are the only way you're going to wrestle this game back away from Barbados. End of the third, 11 without loss now.
So both batters getting chances, or near chances, if you want to call it that, because neither one really went to hand. And that's a good shot. Again, just an awkward ball. Once more, the running is not as clean and as concise and as crisp as it should be, because once the deflection took place, you could see the captain Mares halfway down the pitch, only to be sent back. Maybe Calendar has another plan. She probably wants to get at Claxton, feels that she could do the job, and misses out there. Now, did she get a touch onto that? No. Might have actually gotten a touch, because it wasn't signaled as a wide. And we did see...
And does that go down as another opportunity?
Well, no, I doubt it. But what I'm saying, did see Claxton got pulled out of the game recently, and for bowling too many no balls. So it's something that she has to be mindful of. You don't want to hamstrung your own team by taking one of your key bowlers out of the attack. I think she bowled 2 full tosses above waist height, and only about 1.5 overs. Driven nicely into the gap it goes. Was a little bit uppish, but well placed. And that's 4 good-looking runs there.
Remarkable, gorgeous, beautiful, classy. You pick any one of those adjectives. A Sabi Calendar. Full textbook, high elbow, full face of the bat. As you said, all a bit on the up, but the most important thing, into the gap, and that's what's mattered there. Showing again that talent she has.
We do have a little bit of cloud build-up to the east of us. And
right on cue.
Yep, another no ball. But this is the
wide.
This is the wide rather. But this is the issue that Claxton had, and so she has to be very mindful. And I suppose it doesn't help that the ball might be a little bit slick right now. So now the umpire is just indicating to the ground staff to be under ready. Just look at the cloud build-up
there
in the distance. played away nicely. That too is going to run away for 4 runs. Brilliantly played. She was on the back foot this time, just hanging back and waiting for it. And she slammed it through forward square leg.
She didn't even bother to run the Asabi calendar. She knew she got all of it. And you talked earlier today, Ruskin, of compulsive hookers. Some people who played the pull shot and hook shot well, like Richie Richardson, would be proud of that shot. Just leaning back, full face of the bat, into the gap through mid-wicket again. And nobody move.
Ball down. Brilliant comeback from Claxton. What a wicket. And you could see the disappointment on Calendar's face because she probably felt she had the measure of the attack until Claxton produced a beauty. And that is the end of her. Not quite sure how many she made though, but she has to go bold neck and crop from a beauty from Claxton. Probably played inside the line and paid the ultimate price.
I want to give Claxton some credit there, hitting the seam and just holding the line more than Asabi Calendar playing inside the line. That was definitely what you call a peach, a Jaffa. A beautiful delivery, and Claxton has some measure of revenge, being hit for 2 boundaries in her over so far, and then a couple of wides, a couple of balls getting away from her. But this is good from Claxton, just holding her nerve and right on the money, drawing Calendar forward and just holding the line. Hit the top of off, the coaches will all tell you. And with that wicket, it's going to bring the covers on. Maria Abbott, the standing umpire, calling for the covers. As we saw just out in the distance in the east, the rain is coming. And with this impending shower and second rain break, we're going to have an adjustment in that target yet again. But a good start from Barbados, and nonetheless 21 for 1 after 3.5 overs, needing just 89 for victory, scoring on just about 5.5 to the over.
So they're off to a pretty good start. The question is, how much of a delay are we going to have here, and whether or not it's going to impact the required runs, the total coming back. So that is the scenario here. 21 for 1, just 3 overs and 5 deliveries gone in their innings. They have all 32. Well, so far they have 32 overs. Whether that will change, we will find out in a short while, depending on how severe a stoppage or how long a stoppage we have here and how severe the rainfall is at this time.
I think they're going to lose more overs because they've already lost 3 overs. The allotted hour of leeway time has already expired. So I think they're going to lose some more overs, and DLS will come further into play for Barbados. The benefit, they've only lost 1 wicket. Of course, that changes DLS targets quite a lot. But another rain interval here in this one.
The thing is, the rain it's not pelting down as we say. It's just drizzling right now. So once they get the covers on, they should be able to get them off fairly quickly if it doesn't get any heavier. And so we anticipate that this wouldn't be a longer break, but like I said, it's still building up in the east, and that could join the little drizzle that is already here with us, and that will mean an even further delay in proceedings here. So we just wait to see. 21 for 1, and so we'll take a break and then we'll come back after as soon as we have some information for you. Welcome back to the Dingo Martin Sporting Complex, where we have sunshine once again. We had a brief interruption because of rain, but that has since subsided. And we are back to start again. It's just about 2:55. And hopefully we will be able to go without we just lost roughly about an hour's play. So hopefully we will get a new target of 69. So Jazara Claxton is going to try to complete her second over. She has 1 for 14. She picked up the prize wicket of Ajabi Calendar for 14. 21 for 1, that's where we are. And Benjamin Claxton trying her best there. She has to do that one over, and but she has to be spot on. There's not that many runs. Originally, it was, so they still need 47 more runs. They have 109 balls to get those runs. So things are taking shape with the new figures to 22 for 1 after 4 overs. And remember, the revised target is 69, so they need another 47 runs to go. And they have number board, what their required rate is 2.61. So no pressure there for them. And they're currently going at 5.5 and over. So 47 runs, Basso. Pretty much a straightforward scenario for them. But if this young lady could strike, that could all change.
Hello, Ruskin. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I think it's Barbados' game to lose at this point, I think. Looking across to the east, I think that's it for the rain in this part of Dingo Martin for the while. Of course, the absolute cutoff time, 4:10. So still have a little bit of time to go, just over an hour. Don't think we'll use that entire hour.
No, not unless we have a batting collapse of sorts. And yes, it's going to be a run out here if she gets it in. And eventually she dropped the ball. Well. She just needed to get it into the keeper's gloves. And but it was so close to the stump that you could see the unless she struck it directly. And it was a difficult take for her. And she lost the ball in the scramble. So a big miss there for them. But that could have been a real gift for the Leeward Islands.
Just mentioned that it's Barbados' game to lose, and almost losing their second wicket. Just not collecting cleanly the wicket keeper.
Rosario.
And conversely, it's Barbados' game to win, yes. So it's Barbados' game to lose. It's Leeward Islands' game to win if they can't take their chances. Of course, we saw 2 chances go down prior to the rain interruption. And then now the missed run out could have easily been 3 or 4 wickets down.
That's another ball hit, struck powerfully, but just falling short of the mid-on fielder, Weeks. They just didn't carry to her.
But almost like clockwork when you get the intervals in the game, whether a drinks interval, rain interruption.
That's again hit in the air. That's a great shot. That's in the gap, and that's 4 runs. Brilliantly played.
Something always happens right after an interruption in play. First it was the missed run out. Now it's this gorgeous extra cover drive. And nobody in that region. Once she got it out of the inner circle, it was always going to be runs. The skipper, Tiani Herbert Mears. And again, two of their more experienced players, Mears and Cumberbatch at the crease.
Again, very well played, not trying to hit it too hard. And picking up the singles, keeping the scoreboard ticking over, which is critical when you're chasing a small target. You don't want to make a meal of it.
Yeah, they look like they have settled down after that missed run out opportunity.
So Cumberbatch, who is yet to get off the mark. Taking her time, just trying to get accustomed to the conditions here. Trying to get a big booming drive, but hit more or less the toe of the bat.
Yeah, she took 3 wickets earlier in the day, Nijani Cumberbatch. End of 5 now, 28 for 1. Again, the 2025 edition of the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under 19. And the Windward Islands already securing that 5th position. Maya Gilbert with a 5-for and then 42 not out in 30-odd deliveries to guide her team home. Trinidad and Tobago are 79 for 5 in the 27th over. That's the bronze medal match versus Jamaica, who ended up with 117 in 34.1 overs being bowled out in their final over. Jazara Claxton continues.
This one is in the air. She could be out caught and bowled. Be careful for the collision. And really, that could be obstruction because the player was going for it. Now, the umpire will have to determine whether or not she was moving. And if she was moving into the part of the captain. Now, here it is. She's where she's supposed to be. But then look at her move right into the part of the catcher. But I think they ruled that normal play.
Yeah, I don't think anything. I understand how Claxton is feeling. I'll come back to it.
Brilliant delivery again.
But you can see that Cumberbatch had just strolled out of her crease, and I think she was just returning to her crease and then stood her ground. You can see she's out of her crease there, and she just turned and went back into her crease and stood. So I think the umpires have made the right call. I understand how Claxton feels, though. You feel like you're impeded. Of course, yesterday in the Women's Euros, we saw something similar. Where Spain's second goal against Switzerland, the Switzerland defender and captain couldn't clear the ball because she was facing the referee, who was 2 steps away from her. And by the time she turned to attempt to clear the ball, she had miskicked, and Spain were able to take up the loose ball and get that second goal. And of course, VAR determined it was all fair play. Similar thing here. And again, more opportunities here for Leeward Islands, though. And these are the type of opportunities you want to take, yes, and you hope that you can get just that bit of luck that you need in all sports. And just to turn the tide. So easily could have been 29 for 4 or 5. And the game takes a different outlook at that point.
Good bowling again from Claxton, keeping things tight. And she probably thinking she could have had the captain twice now. And both occasions they couldn't complete the catch. But in that case, now if the batter had held her position, then you could say that it wasn't like interference. But because she moved into the part of the ball. This one is in the air, and she scored. Brilliantly done this time. And finally, they're able to get the breakthrough that they were looking for, and it was very well taken by Boyles again, feeling at that backward point position, and she has to go for 9, Myers, Herbert Myers.
This is about the third or fourth shot that we've seen from the Barbadian batters that has been hit on the up and hit in the air. This time she's not able to find the gap. Just seemed to be just pitching it a bit wider, Claxton, and able to get Myers throwing the hands at it, coming off the bottom end of the bat. But a well-judged catch in the end from Boyles. And there's that all-important breakthrough. And this one not over by a long shot, you think? I always say it's not over until it's over.
But I really do think it's really just a formality for Barbados. They just need to keep their composure and go about the business of getting the runs. You don't need like a big onslaught. You just need to, as I say, take what the bowler gives you, and you just try to push the ball into the open spaces and pick up runs, just accumulate your runs. It's not a dicey situation. Bowman, Alicia, is out there now, replacing her captain. Slightly quicker, but comfortably in behind it. To end the over, a good over. 2 for 16 now for Claxton. And 29 for 2 after 6. So Kamabat, who's been out there for a while, is yet to score. And she could easily have been run out. And so she's hoping that she could finally get some runs on the board. Barbados well placed, but then we saw Jamaica well placed early in the week against the Windward Islands, and then couldn't finish the job.
I think we've looked at enough cricket and sports in general that you know it's not over till it's over. We don't expect Barbados to fall apart.
That's well played.
But stranger things have happened.
Yep. And she may get a second run because a bad miss in the field there. She seemed to have it covered, and then she just allowed it to go through there. Inka Wilson.
And similar to what we're talking about, there's a well-played sweep shot, but not a shot without its risk. Because had she missed it and been struck on the pad, she may have very well been given out, because it was a straight delivery from Kambalapali.
That's well played again, powerfully struck. And they will get the single. Again, it's just deflected from Warner. She's not the cleanest of fielders. She does bowl very well, so I won't be surprised if she comes into the attack just now. But again, all of the bowlers who get the opportunity are going to have to be spot on. There's no margin for error. Again, got herself in a little bit of a tangle there. Started to come forward and then started to go back. And the thing with the sweep shot against the leg spinner, because she bowls only googlies, the sweep shot might actually be a good ploy against her. And this one is wide down the leg side.
That's good work by Rosario. Could have easily gotten past her for a couple of runs. And getting her body behind the ball, most importantly.
Yeah, because when Kambalapala strays and the ball pitches, it actually turns even more. There's another one played in the air, but into the gap. Just a single initially. They're going to go back for a second. No, they won't. And that's good cricket. And the ball was just fumbled by Weeks, but she had support. Quickly to pick up the loose ball and rifle the return in. Limiting the batsmen to just the 1 run. So 1 by 1, they're inching along here now. 34 for 2. They need another 35 runs. play and a miss. That's a dangerous shot. That's too close to her to play that shot. We saw that earlier today. And this young lady certainly has impressed. She's striving for a wicket here. She won't get that there. That she's going to have to do that over again.
Yes, she's another one. We spoke about it with some of the Barbadian girls, and she's another one that has been in and around the Leeward Islands under 19 and a bit on with the senior team as well, and has improved immensely over the years.
That's well bowled and well played also. Of course, she plays for the US and will in fact stay on, we understand, to play for the US coming up. So she'll be happy with that. End of the over, 7 completed. It's 35 for 2.
The other game still underway. Trinidad and Tobago are getting closer to their target score of 118. They have 5 overs and 1 delivery to get 28 runs.
Well, somebody will have to conjure up
24 runs, in fact.
Conjure up some Nicholas Pooran. Swashbuckling, a Kyrod Pollan-like innings just to ease the tension.
Maybe a Deandra Dutton type innings.
2 big sixes maybe. Just a little too short there, not putting pressure on Beaumont. She's just comfortably in behind it most times. So Barbados well on course here to lift in the title, but a couple quick wickets and all of that could change. Next thing you know, the whole dressing room panicking. Claxton is just the person to do that. Play and missing, they're playing for a catch, not out, says the umpire.
Of course, it was Claxton who got that breakthrough just as the rains came with a Jaffa to get rid of a Sabi Calendar. See, just choosing to go back of a length and forcing Bowman on her back foot. It's really fishing at that one.
Pitching up this time, but she can't get it through. Again, the fielding, and once again, it's Warner who can't pick up the ball cleanly.
But this is good from Leeward Islands, though, 4 consecutive dot balls. And this is the type of pressure that they'll want to continue building upon. Just had a look down to the mid-wicket boundary, and you can see the head coach of the Leeward Islands. He's out there and on the eastern end of the ground, just geeing up his charges and guiding them, letting them know exactly what to do.
He goes for a little walk. The sun is not hot at all when you have a game that is on a knife's edge like this one is. I think striving for wickets. If he can get a couple more, that would be ideal.
You're seeing that, and I think he's heading for some shade under the electronic scoreboard.
In the air, but into the gap as well. And Kambalapali is after it, and they're going to get the second run. So 2 more to fill the kitty here.
In the air again from Bowman, but well controlled in the end into the gap. 37 for 2 after 8.
So they're counting down now, the Bajans, as they look to wrap up a victory. They need 32 more from 84 balls. So put themselves in a very strong position, and it's, of course, punctuated by a great bowling effort. Wickets shared among 4 of their frontline bowlers. And here's Weeks now coming into the attack.
And we mentioned that during the Leeward Islands batting effort about those bowlers that the Barbadian team have, and the fact that they've been playing together for the better part of the last 3 to 4 years. Just had the opportunity during the rain interval to chat with their head coach and also Erin Dean, and they were talking about some of these girls playing in and around the boys back in Barbados, on the 13 and on the 15 championships back in Barbados. So they have been playing cricket for quite some time, and it's showing here through this tournament with Barbados, the fact that they've been playing that amount of cricket. And I think it lends itself to a bit of a roadmap in terms of how we can approach Cricket West Indies, that is, how they can approach the development of the women's game in the region. Because we mentioned some of the aging players on the senior team, like a Afi Fletcher, like a Shemaine Campbell, like a Stephanie Taylor. They're not going to be around forever.
That's hammered. That's going to be 4 runs. I don't think she's going to get around to cut that off. And she never really had a chance. She started to move there, but Wilson was always going to be second to that one. That one just flew off the bat. Forward of square it went.
If ever there was an example of out of the middle, the sound that it made as it came off the middle of the bat, it echoed through the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. No chance for the fielder at backward square leg, but well played in the end.
So Weeks can't be that short. Wilson is. And again, just a little bit on the short side. She hasn't gotten the length right as yet. 41 for 2. They need 28 more, Barbados.
And just talking about how much cricket the Barbadian girls have been playing leading into this tournament, throw my mind back to 2023, and that Trinidad and Tobago team that won that 2023 tournament had been together for quite some time leading into that tournament. They actually finished second in the table that year, Trinidad and Tobago, and ended up defeating Windward Islands, who ran first in that tournament that year. That was the only game that Windwards had lost that year, the finals. But it offers a great roadmap to development. And I think as much as Cricket West Indies have their responsibility, of course, the regional bodies, the territorial bodies have that responsibility.
Well, that one kept very low indeed, and a quick delivery too. She was on the back foot, nowhere near it, and luckily for her it wasn't on the stumps. Because had that been closer to that off stump, she was so late coming down on that one. So Cumberbatch on to 7. She hasn't really set the place alight just yet, but we're seeing the potential. Again, right in behind it. And you could just see the quality in some of these Barbados batters. They really look like they're in good nick, good touch. So a little bit of a false start there. So Barbados well on course here, 42 for 2. If I'm not mistaken, earlier in the week, they also lost 2 early wickets, but they were able to soldier on and come away with a victory. So they're trying to repeat that here. And all the time in the world, because the length is just a little bit on the short side. It's not a worry. So that ends the over. 42 for 2 now after 9. So it's going to be Claxton who's going to continue. She has 2 wickets to her name. So she might very well just bowl out here. Makes no sense saving herself because she may not get a chance to come back on. So Alicia Bowman waits. Turned away and bad misfield there. That is going to run into the fine leg boundary. So that's 4 runs. Just flicked away off the body. A badly lined delivery. And just turned away nicely. And Bowman picks up a boundary. But it should have been stopped. Even if you can't pick it up cleanly, at least try to stop it. I think that's what the captain is pleading for. She's not happy. She sees the title just slipping through her grasp here. That's another brilliant shot. That's equidistant between the two. That's 4 more. And try as she will. And nothing doing. That's a lovely shot. That was much better than the one before. And standing up nicely and punching it square. Good looking shot. Good timing as well. But best of all, the placement. So Claxton here leaking some runs. 50 on the board, 50 for 2. They need 19 more now. And you get a loud roar of approval from the Barbados contingent. The Leeward Islands earlier would have been the ones clapping and cheering, but things are not looking too rosy for them at the moment. They need a minor miracle here right now. 9.3 overs. So far, they have to get wickets. That's the key here. Good delivery, but very well played again from Bowman. Getting right in behind the line, not afraid to pick up the line of the ball. And again, just a little bit on the short side there, not troubling the batter all that much. Plenty of time to just shuffle into line and play it out. Doesn't get a run though, but she doesn't need to. She has 8 already in the over. Anything after that, as I say, is gravy. And that's a good delivery again, just going across it slightly. There was Bowman. Pitching up was Claxton, but to no avail. 2 for 26 from her 5 overs. And it's 50 for 2 after 10. And just by way of comparison, when the Leeward Islands batted, when they got to their 10th over, they were 51. But they were 51 for 4 at that stage. So at this same stage, they had lost 2 wickets more, and they had just 1 additional run. That one is hammered away, but nicely intercepted. Good fielding by Bowles again. And that's a great shot. That's brilliant indeed. She just stood up there, waited on it, and then cracked it through the covers. It goes off the back foot. That is the shot of the game. And what a shot. Look at how she just waits there into position, climbed up with 1 foot off the ground, pretty much Lara-like, and she just dispatched that and picked up 4 more. So what a beautiful shot indeed. Both batsmen now on 11. And she pierced the gap nicely as well through the offside and picked up a deserved boundary here. So Barbados pushing on now towards a victory. And they'll take that as well. 55 now for 2. But Cumberbatch really showing that she has an all-round game. She can hit the ball powerfully through the onside as well as through the offside. But that shot was really the shot of the match. Ball down. She got again playing probably down the wrong line, and the ball just nipping back at her, went right through the gate. So she goes for 11, and is there a little sting in the tail here now? But 11 for Cumberbatch, so she has to depart. And what a breakthrough. Timely.
Wickets, wickets, wickets. That's the name of the game. Just seem to keep a bit low as well, that one. And that wicket will bring another short break in play. The scheduled drinks interval. And just a few runs away from victory, Barbados. But they've lost 3 wickets. Can the drinks interval with 14 needed and 7 wickets needed for Leewards, can the drinks interval bring them a bit of a refresher and probably a bit more fight, the Leewards? So while the umpires have made their way on and the players take their drinks, we'll take a short break and rejoin you in a couple of minutes' time.
So it's going to be weak. Sue is going to continue here now. Ebony Brathwaite is out there. Can she pick another one? Just a little too short, and she's been guilty of that. Just a bowling on the short side, and the one that she pitched up was the one that got her the wicket. So she has to be mindful of that. If she wants to take wickets, give the ball a chance to do something off the seam. Well, bowled again, but still the batsman just rocking back onto that back foot. You see a little bit of cloud cover about the place.
Yeah, that's across the southeastern side of us, towards the Pity Valley area. Hopefully it just blows by. This wide will add to the total for Barbados, 1 run closer to lifting the 2025 Rising Stars Women's Under-19 title.
So they need 13 from 67 balls now, Barbados. Remember their original target at the time was 93, and then it was further reduced to 69 with the 1 hour delay because of rain. And here we are with another bit of rain threatening. Can they get this done before the rain comes? And that struck, that's a nicely lined delivery, and that struck her in the midsection there. That hurt a little bit. Hey, but that's take one for the team. 56 for 3 after 11. So Barbados need 13 runs to complete a victory here. They're unbeaten in the tournament. So they've won 3, had 2 of them affected by the weather, no results. But they've won the other 3, including victory against the same Leeward Islands team on Thursday last. So here they are now trying to put the finishing touches there. Harry Lal is coming into the attack. Again, another bowler who gives the ball generous flight. It would be interesting to see how the Bajan batters react to the flighted delivery, because she does give it a fair amount of air. As I say, she goes up in jar breeze. Yep. The question is, do you dance to the music? But she does, although her game is a very simple and thing, but she does bowl with a fair amount of common sense, because she doesn't push the ball up to the batters. She's teasing them with it. You come and get it if you want to. And so far, so good. She doesn't really give you much pace to work with. So you have to either play a horizontal shot, run the risk. There's a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket as well. Well, there's a long on, fairly wide. There's nobody in long off. So those are the 3 out on the onside.
Yeah, just inviting her to hit across the line.
And there she goes again. Not in the ideal position to play that shot. Because of the lack of pace of the deliveries, you almost have to catch up with it. And sometimes just that lack of pace and lack of energy in the ball creates a problem for most batters, because they want to hit it so hard that they miss everything. Here is Brathwaite now. Can she catch up to Harry Lal? And struck on the pad, but missing leg.
Yeah, quite simple and uncomplicated. Probably just a bit of an inside edge as well, back onto the pad. Simple and uncomplicated in her approach to the crease.
Short ball, that's dangerous. It could be a catch, but just over the fence it goes. Well, she was in business there, but it would have taken a spectacular catch in the end, but that went for 6.
Just bringing that target now down into single digits for the Barbados team. They have one hand on the trophy, the 2025 CWI Rising Stars Under 19 Women's Trophy. And just one hit away now, Barbados. But you spoke about that lack of pace. You waited and waited and waited an eternity, did Brathwaite.
And again, she's going for it. There could be a catch out there, and she's dropped. Well, she hit it straight down her throat, and it was put it down. She put it down.
Yeah, I think Weeks just misjudging the ball in the end, getting too close and too much under the ball, and the ball ricocheting. She got her hands neither in conventional or reverse cup, and then also probably just lost it a bit in the sun. Of course, the sun is now to the western and the offside. Just a couple of runs needed by Barbados.
And an edge there. They're going to have to hurry, and they will get the single too. That's good running. Brathwaite saw the opportunity to come through for the single. So Baumann gets a single. She goes to 12 now.
Of course, remember the target is 69 in 22 overs. DLS a revised target because of the rain interruptions today.
So there's 67 for 3. 2 runs needed. So adjusted to 69. That's the new target.
I don't think Barbados will want to go beyond this over. Last delivery, I think they're going to go for it.
And again, having a go, but misses everything. Almost got an edge. And that one, talk about she was in position, waiting and waiting and waiting. And then she had a big swoosh at it. Whoosh, missed everything. End of the over. 67 for 3.
It reminds me a bit of Poonam Yadav from India, the way Harry Lal, how she bowls, a lot of flight. She's very short in stature as well, and bowls extremely slowly. You wait for ages. You wait, Christmas passes, Carnival passes, and the ball still hasn't gotten to you.
You'll catch up with it at Easter time.
But
just in time for Easter.
But credit to her though, Harry Lal. She bowled her wide early in the over, and then she stuck to her guns, and she created a couple of opportunities in the over. But I think now with some of the weather blowing back across towards us, the writing is on the wall.
And they're going to get another one here, so that's the par score right now.
Yeah, so they are even. Scores are now level. All the Barbados girls are already out on the field just beyond the boundary rope.
The thing is, there's a slight drizzle, so that is why they're anxious to get it over with now.
Yeah, that rain just blew back towards us.
And that's it. Goes for 4. And so Bradford will go to 11. And Baumann remains on 13. Barbados winning this one handsomely by 7 wickets. So that just tells you. So 72 for 3 is the final score here. 12.1 overs. Or rather 12.2 overs. Should be, and congratulations to them. What a victory this is. Victory by 7 wickets. Under the Duckworth-Lewis system, and deservedly so. So just look at them, how they celebrate this. Herbert Myers, Herbert Myers, 9 runs, and she had 3 for 15 when she bowled. So congratulations to her as the player of the match and the captain stepping up in the final, and deservedly so. So Barbados made it 2-2, and so they won by 7 wickets under the Duckworth-Lewis system. So congratulations to them. They are the new champions of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 Women's Tournament. And tough luck to the Leeward Islands. They lose to Barbados twice in, 3 days? and they lost on Thursday, and here again today they suffer another defeat to the hands of the Bajans. But congrats to Barbados. Claxton, she tried her best. She ended up with 2 wickets rather. Weeks got the other one, and but that was all she wrote there. Myers made 9, 14 to Calendar, and Cumberbatch made 11, but Bowman was 13 not out, and Brathwaite was 11 not out, ending it in style with a big hit, and Barbados could very well be laying the groundwork here for a series of regional titles in the women's cricket, and this group is certainly a professional one. So that is the situation from us. I think tonight they have the awards function, and some of these names I'm sure will be featured among the top performers. So again, our congratulations to them on behalf of the entire team. We say thank you for being with us as we leave you from the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Barbados have just beaten the Leeward Islands to win the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under-19 women's tournament. They beat them by 7 wickets under the Duckworth-Lewis system.